GS, you recorded the market internals webinar. You mentioned in regards to the tick, plus 800. Just a heads up that there's a plus 1,000 as a take action. Notice on your chart the plus 400 and 700 today. Is there anything I should know about these levels? The plus 400 is kind of the middle of the road. I see ticks in between those levels as kind of the danger. I like to take action on ticks that are above or below those levels, and anything in between is kind of chop. It's just a rule of thumb at this point. And anything that's over 400 is kind of an actionable area. I like to look at those in between minus and plus 400 as a chop zone. If we're hovering right around zero, we don't have any clues as to what's going on with price, then it's better just to stay out. Okay, 89.25's trade has previous lows from yesterday. Bank has rolled over, and breadth is positive 2.1 to 1. Full gap fill is 88.75s. We have 2 ticks away from the full gap fill. $350 selling, 89.50s. Bank continues to sell off here. $321.63 and 189. Buying 89.79s. Excuse me, 89.75s. 890s trade. $900 buying 90.50s. Okay, let's look at this next 50% short here from our most recent lows, highs to lows. Take a look at trading hours only. Looks like we have a decent short setup at 91.25s. The amount of our possible gap down for today was if we didn't break above our close. We didn't break above these support areas. And what I see as being above those levels right now is at risk of ripping out under short covering, and these bears having to take profit. At least the sellers yesterday at the close. Bank has broken new lows for the day. And so far, I think that we are possibly still at risk of that. Yesterday we did hit, that big negative 23% target down to 890s. We have traded 3 points below that here after hours. But what concerns me about this chart, and continuing to think short and short and short, is that, a lot of times when we hit these negative 23% targets, you see profit taking. It is the next, it will run into the next larger 50% retracement. So the next measured move of this next move, would be up at those 905s, 904 areas. That's basically I'm thinking of, about the anchor chart right now and the negative 23% target that we hit. And the fact that we didn't break new lows and gap down, which we should have, I mean, it's, makes me start thinking about the upside. And the next short target, 905s. So it's basically what's going on in my head right now. Just, when we hit these negative 23s, we've seen it happen many, many times. We had a nice bounce off those 890s yesterday, and we briefly made new lows. But it's still a negative 23% target. Just kind of a roadmap. I just saw some questions. Why am I thinking long? And I'd probably be asking the same question, but that's why. In HSM, a lot of people were expecting a gap down. I mean, I was thinking that if we last night when I saw us break below our 88.75s, and I just saw a flash of 87s trade, and then 86s, and from a BlackBerry, that doesn't look too good. And then come back today, and you look at we've ripped back up and tested the daily pivot. Of course, failed it. You come back into a 50% long. They respect it. The first time up, and so far 89.25s. Those were old lows, so we have an inverted head and shoulders right now. If you look at Globex data, you see this? The inverted head and shoulders on the 233 chart. Okay, and the short fails. Pullback is do another long setup is at 97.5s. They're still selling into 92s. Remember, 92s were old lows from yesterday. They were support and resistance yesterday too. '92s trade. $360 cover, 91.75s. $492 cover, 892s. In a high tick now. We have a low tick of 551, a high tick of 560. We have 9 minutes now until 7 o'clock. 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. And we don't get a pullback. $337 selling, $146 selling. New high tick of the day, 608. I'm going to see this 50% long as still valid, even though it did pierce at 61.8% line. It's turned into a inverted head and shoulders. That 89.25 with support again. It has a target up, still has a target up at 86 evens. So no gap fill, made a half gap fill. Bank is off its lows, low tick of the day, minus 551, high tick 608. Breath is still positive 2.8. Irish, no. I've actually reloaded a couple times here. But there will be more entries. Now we're retesting the daily pivot. Two ticks off the pivot. Yeah. The euro last night, it was, I don't know what time this was. It looks like it was about midnight last night. We went into a 50% long. And 38.39s to 4023. So it put on 200 pips. The euro is about $1,200 a contract per 100 pips. If you can afford to trade the euro, even just 2 contracts is insane. Because, you know, I always have told you guys this before. You guys have heard this before, but you know, you look at the S&P 500 chart, and you think, man, I missed that move. You know, if you didn't load up short, you'd say, you know, 2008. But you know, we have trending markets that trend way better than that. And there is another entry up here to basically buying highs, but we are getting a low tick and a bullish trend line. What about the euro minis? Are they worth trading? Right now they are not liquid. You actually have to ask Hippie on that one. I know that Hippie has been watching those mini, and what their CME is trying to do right now is they're trying to take all the business away from the chop shops. The mini forex market, you know, they basically, you know, it's a business like anybody else, but the CME is trying to, you basically take them out and make it affordable for people to trade mini contracts, which is awesome. If they can get their transaction costs down and liquidity can go up, then I think that they have something on their hands there. So M60 has volume and Europe is open. Hippie, that's good to know. And that's the other thing, guys. When you see the euro rallying, I mean, a lot of times the euro and the ES will move together. When I see either one of them, you know, ripping up, it's hard to short the other. So we have not broken above this daily pivot. We come 2 ticks away from it. M6 commission should be about 2.5, $2.50 round trip. And brokerages, you pay less than that. That is true. If liquidity was there, I would definitely pay it. Just for the safety of a futures, just even a normal futures platform. Something that's located at the exchange. Like Infinity. I mean, I like the order platform from Infinity. I will trade products that, I can get through infinity. RV, right in the morning before the bell, I had 890 50s, and I got basically stopped at a break even. We came back down to 89 25s, and I got 89 75s. Right now, I really can't move a stop up. I mean, there is another long setup down at 91 75s, but I'm not ready to move it yet. It doesn't look like we will even trade 91 50s and 91 75s at this point. Huh. 92s as I speak. Trading hours only. And 91 50s trade. And there is your hour, half an hour mark there. And the big money selling into this market 2 ticks off the daily pivot. And now that first half an hour is through. You can see where big money's trying to take this market today. 90, 89 75s trade again. 89 50s trade. 90 50s trade now. And 102 buying, 75 buying, covering. 142, 150 selling, 250 selling. Completely range bound. And 89 50s, 89 25s become support again. Bank just let go in that last little sell-off and has come off of its low. Existing home sales. I still don't have data on that. Okay, 4.77 million. They were expecting 4.8. And Obama does speak at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time today. Easily 1,200 selling. Another 400. Yeah, new low tick for the day, minus 825. Bank has not made another new low. Low tick of the day is a cover signal. I really can't get bearish on this market unless we actually break, this 88 75s. John, I'm still in it. 89 75s. Stop is at 88.75s. $247 at 210, selling into 92s. We have two targets above us. One is at 96 and the other one is at 904s. Let's get trading hours on real quick. $97.50 is a 50% retracement from yesterday's highs to our lows. 87.75s. And the daily pivot trades. You have this entire move. The next 50% short is up at 905.25s at this point. We have the daily pivot at 894.50s and our previous lows that became resistance yesterday at 95.25s as the big level that people are going to be selling into. And ADX is at 22.1 and declining. Bank has held on to its most recent low. Huge sellers at the daily pivot. $350 and 1,000, covering 93.25s. Buying them. The problem with looking for 50% retracements in this is that we don't have a series of 50% retracements to work off of. So we just have to assume that it's just range bound until it breaks either way. The only real entries have been yesterday's low and somebody's buying a 50%. $236 selling. $539 selling. 91s. Low tick. You'll see those as longs getting out of the market. Low tick now. This is finally the next low tick after we've had a low tick of the day. Bank is breaking new lows. 498 selling, 500 buying. Wash. Bank is making new lows. ADX is 21.1 now. So the daily pivot for the day has traded at 94.50s. We traded exactly at 94.50s. I don't know if you guys remember back when we had come off of 872s. We had a couple short setups that we hit negative 23% targets, and literally we went sideways and we were range bound. It was an inside day for about 20 hours. So we had something similar to this where we had come down, hit a negative 23% target, and there was short covering. Then we come down, back down to the same level, negative 23% target, short covering, short covering, short covering. We went all the way sideways the entire day, overnight. And then the next day we had a huge, huge move. But we've had a big run. The consolidation day isn't out of the question, so just keep that in mind. But if I had a bias, it would be above 88.75, bullish. MJ, I know about people looking at gap fills. I mean, know about touching the trading hours only pivot as far as percentage. It will trade there most days. I mean, the fact yesterday we didn't trade there, it was a trend day, a professional gap. 89.75s trade, 89.50s trade now. And in a low tick, no new low tick. We are one tick off of a trading hours only low. 501, buying 90.25s. Bank is making new lows. Touched the daily pivot and got slammed in too hard so far. Gonna chop until Obama speaks. Very possible. And the euro looks like it's giving it some gains here. What's amazing about the euro is that it's in no man's land up here. $89.25 trade. Okay, broken trading hours only lows. 88.75s trade. And that was the gap fill. New low tick for the day. 88.64s. Bank again makes a new low. 382 cover. This is the line in the sand here. Bank makes another new low. 226 cover, 131 cover, 89.25s in a low tick. So in the last 8 minutes, we've had a high tick of the day at 88.32, and a low tick of 864. Huge range in last 8 minutes. Plus 800, minus 800. Gap is filled. And this is the 415 and the trading hours only. Yeah, Anthony, didn't think we'd be bearish today. Surprised his level's not stronger. I don't think it's over yet. Bank came off with its low. When you see bank in free fall, it's very hard to be optimistic about a bounce. But 88.75s, if they break down, we have a really great chance of seeing new lows today. Just technically speaking. $88.75 straight again. $250 and $140 selling. Breath has come all the way back from 2.0 to 1, 2.3 to 1 here to 1.5 and 88.50s trade. Yep, bank is close to its gap fill. 88.75s trade. 88.75s are trading hours only lows, and they break. Support becomes resistance. You're going to have a gap fill, or a gotcha trade, excuse me, at lows. Extension short at 88.50s. New low tick for the day. This market is ugly. Wow. Amazing. So we touched the daily pivot to the tick, 894.50s, and got completely slammed. And at lows. Obama speaks at 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we're 15 minutes now into 10 o'clock. 530 selling 88.50s. 333 selling 88.25s. 505 selling 88.25s. The 88.75s were the gap fill. They were support. We went one tick into trading hours only lows at this point. Old lows were 87.75s, 87.50s trade. Okay. Finally, let's go. It does trade 88.75s, negative 23% target, 87 evens. And more covering it. We made a new low, 87.25s, and they rip it right back up. 87.25s, there are about 1,200 orders. There's nothing huge out there. And it is light. The sell orders above us are a lot thicker. And disappearing. 89s trade. Choppy market. All right, ADX is 23. It's still in the trade zone. We went 2 ticks into trading hours only lows now. 3 ticks off of Globex. GS, I'm flat. Got stopped out at break even on a long. Second one of the day. to 89.25s act as resistance now. They were support. In a high tick. And 89 straight. $88.75s with the line in the sand. Yesterday's close. And the gap fill. Yeah, we've broken above that right now. In a high tick. As bad as this looks, it still looks like longs off lows into people covered in shorts. It's very strange. You see, orders covering, even though you see these huge sellers coming in. There's 500, 300, 150 selling, 118 selling, lows in high ticks. There's only two things to do today. Sell the pivot or buy our lows. And 89.25s for previous lows. 89.50s trade. Low tick of the day of 921. Low of the day 887.25s. $8.90 trade. From highs of the pivot to our most recent lows, we have 50% short at 890.75s. And this is a 15-minute, 50% retracement short. $890.75s. $890.50s trade. Market breadth is still 1.5 to 1 positive. And Doc Trade Station New Low Tick 1016 minus 1100. Sorry, minus 965. TOS is a minus 921 at 1015. So looks like we got the alignment yesterday. Yeah, if this is choppy now, wait until the daily doldrums. Absolutely true. And this 15-minute, 50% retracement is front run by a tick. We do have another long now that's lining up with our old lows. At least we have a little bit of a trend developing, and we have some, instead of just going straight sideways, we actually have some setups. We have two 50% lines. And 88.75s were the gap fill. 88.75s were also 50% long. Target 91.25s. Nothing there. 61.8% line trades. Okay. The short breaks at 61. The long is valid. That's a confirmation right there. Target's 885.50s. And again, our gap fill trades, 88.50s. Breadth is 1.1 to 1 positive. Banks breaking new lows. Banks, again, another new low. Another new low for bank. And another. And another. One tick off of lows in the ES. 700 selling 87.50s. And below 88.75s, the only real target that we have down there is all the way down at those 76.50s. If we can break trading hours or Globex lows, there's really nothing stopping us from 776.50s, which is 10 points away from here. At lows, 87.75s, these are trading hours only lows. 172 cover, 324 cover, still in a low tick. $85.75 is the negative 23% target. And 294 cover, 87.75s in a low tick. $250 selling. Long selling on a low tick. Dano, I'm looking for an entry to get in. There's really right now, after we broke out of that 61.8% line of the long, I mean, it pretty much confirms a trend now. It's not sideways. And this is a 15-minute 50% retracement. The target at 85.55s. Until a negative 23% target is hit an ambush in the wrong direction is kamikaze. Well, you got to look at it this way too. Low tick of the day, we hit trading hours only lows of the day. We saw short covering, and they had every opportunity to, this wasn't 50% short, but it wasn't validated until the long setup failed. So there was two trades there, definitely. You can see people bought it too. And 88.75s. If we can get another high tick here, it's another entry at 88.50s. But they're selling into old trading hours only lows now at 87.75s. And here's 250, 100, 238 selling, 122. Selling into old trading hours only lows here. And we have 85.75s as a target. At lows. $200 cover, 286 cover, 250 cover. Another 700 selling into 87.25s. 87.75s are previous trading hours only lows. $510 selling 87.50s. And 87s are two ticks off of Globex lows. And 88.75s and 88.50s are the next 50% short. In a high tick now. Back in a high tick. 88.50s were the 50%. Excuse me. 88.75s were the close for yesterday. 88.50s are a front run of that level by a tick. Another 700 selling, 87.75s. Yep, high tick into the daily pivot seems like it was a short play to be in. Absolutely was. That trading to the daily pivot, we saw huge sellers up there. They were not playing around here. It was actually right at 10:04 here, 10:05. Right at the half an hour mark. And 88.50s trade. Bank's at lows. You know, if Bank were ripping up from these levels, you know, Bank is off of its lows. When you see the ES holding a support level and Bank making new lows, that gives you clues as it could break new lows. And 88.75 straight. We get another Bank off of its lows. Amazing. $18.7 on the ADX. And 89.25 trade. Support and resistance many times here. In a high ticket, 700. So we went all the way to the 61.8% line. It looked like it was going to break out, and then found resistance at 89.25s again. First level you see is this 89.25, which was support and resistance this morning. We have 88.75s right below it. That is yesterday's close. And this last dotted line you see is the trading hours only lows from yesterday. That 15-minute, 50% short, still valid, even though we are seeing chop. The ADX is in the no trade zone, so just use caution. 18.2. How often do I usually look at the trend, and how much weight do I put on it? I used to put a lot of weight on it. I used to look at it all day long, and it has since become almost worthless besides the trend 1.5 and the trend 2.0 trade. I mean, I used to be very diligent about drawing channels around the trend every single day, and then with a breakout, it would basically help me confirm a trend change on a very short-term basis. Right now we have a bearish channel on the trend. And what happens with the trend channel, you can see right here that we broke out of a sideways trend right at 10.16. Okay? And if you go back to 10.16, it's basically when we hit our daily pivot. Excuse me. 10.16 is when we turned a corner up there. Let's see. Hit our lows and turned a corner into our 50% short. So if you look back at the trend and just look at that when it had broken out bearish, it was a very late signal. But it used to be where the trend would actually show a turn sometimes before the market would. And that just has completely went away. I used to depend on the trend. When it broke a channel, I used to actually sit here and just watch channels. And when I saw a channel break, I would go to the chart. And I would sell. This was the setup. Say we broke up, so bearish. What I would do is I would go look at the first 50% short. And that worked extremely well. And then the trend just became almost worthless. In fact, it used to be on the trend that you could have, I had all of these very specific lines drawn on the trend. If it was between 1.76 and 1.86, I was, moderately bearish. It had all these different, zones that the trend would be in, and the really only zones that I see as still being valid are the trend 1.5 and 2.0, which is unfortunate. But, you got to keep adapting. Yeah, remember when the trend would base very bullish ahead of a great rally? Yep, Doc, it would. JTIX, I'm going to take a look at that. ISSU. I definitely will take a look. Bank has come off of its lows. We are still in this 15-minute 50% retracement with a target at 885.50s. Nothing is said that, that anything has changed at this point. At lows. If we can break Globex lows, our next target is 776.50s. 10 points away. Okay, at Globex lows. Globex lows are 86.50s. 86.50s trade, 1,000 sell. At lows, and a low tick. New lows. So, 88.75s, guys. These things break. $85.50 trade. So that negative 23% target has been hit. It has been hit now. Negative 23% target. 308 and 138 selling. New low tick for the day, 1,071. GS, what do you think that, in your opinion, made the trend worthless? I've heard different opinions on this, but I heard just because of the ETFs. I'm not exactly sure the whys. All I know is that bank, for me, is almost, I wish I would have known about it before. Because it is a great, for me, a great indicator. I really I enjoy watching bank. Okay, another entry is at 87.25s and 87 evens. They are selling into 86.50s, but we haven't got a tick hook yet. A high tick in our range and our bearish trend line is at 0. Breadth did turn negative, negative 1.4 to 1. $167, $221, $133, selling, and they're selling into old lows, 86.50s trade. If we break through this negative 23% target, this is being an overextended move. We'll start drawing extension shorts. And GS, no, I no longer use it as part of my analysis. Okay, another 50% short. It's 87.25. So we're coming up into our high tick and our bearish trend line here. 87.25s are the 50% short. 87's trade. We're in a high tick and it is hooking. Banks at lows. And 313 selling. 366 selling. Bank is at lows. $733 and 250. So pretty close to 1,000 there, selling 86.50s. Right now, a failure of the bearish trend would be a break of the 61.8% line. 88, even. 550 and 213 selling. This next 50% level is actually being front run. It's being sold into at previous lows here. $250, $169, $368 selling. Next negative 23% target, 884, 75s. We have 9 minutes until 11 o'clock here. Bank just broke a new low. ADX did turn above 20. S1 is down at 81, 881. And again, the negative 23% target is traded. $87.25's trade. 315 selling into 87s. The ADX is showing above 20, but it is so slow. I mean, 200 and 682 here. Another 1,000 selling. Here's 1,100 selling. And that 50% short is still valid. Bank makes another new low. With bank at lows and making new lows, the ES will eventually drag the ES down. You're going to miss a bunch of stuff here. Take the major high or low on the last ES test. Bottom may be in. I can't call a bottom until we start breaking our bearish setups at this point. We've started a new trend. Very possible that this negative 23% target could be the bottom or the low of the day. But until we start, breaking above 61s, I can't. Have to assume the trend is still in, and we still have 776s down there. Could be though. Judge GS mentioned bank. If you compared it with stocks, yeah, I've looked at all of the different ETFs. I like bank because it's an index. It's not traded. When it starts moving, it moves in the direction the money's moving money. I mean, it will tell you way before the fact of what is going on. And with ES breaking new lows, I can't get start buying bottoms. I have to respect the short setups and continue to respect them until they don't work. Negative 23% target is 884.75s, 884.50s. One tick into a new low. Very, very choppy. Here's 900 covering now. So failure of this short setup is at 88 even. On a 15-minute chart, we've hit a negative 23% target. $86.50s are old lows and resistance. And I still can't see any support before 876.50s. I kind of feel like this is, just like when we were making, rallying hard and people are selling into tops. Is when we're rallying, people are selling into tops. We'll consolidate. People will sell into highs. We'll consolidate, and then eventually they're the ones that fuel the next run. People are, buying lows. In theory. And if we can break lows with authority, then they will be the ones that fuel the next run down. Okay, one tick into a new low, and the failure of a 61.8% line is at 88. If we break out of 88, yeah, the next pullback long, it will be a 61.8% line break, and we'll be looking for the next pullback. TOS is down. New lows, no new low tick. We won't see we'll see new lows until we see the next new low tick. Tick not working. Great. Trade station. Had new low tick. Okay. You got a time on that? Okay, we did have a low tick. So we have to assume that when we see a low tick of the day that could be the low until we break a new low. If we can break a new low without a new low tick, then we will continue to see new lows until that next new low tick is established. One tick off of lows. Okay, confirm 1108 trade station. Okay. If we can make this new low and hit this next new negative 23% target without a low tick, there's no real support until 76.25s, 76.50s. Okay, new lows. $552 selling, 1,000 cover, 342 cover. And the next negative 23% targets hit. And these are micro 50% retracements. We're still in a low tick here. Chris, when you start drawing extensions, when we break out, like, I'll give you an example of an extension. If we were to break out of a negative 23% target and just blow right through it and sell off hard and not get a pop like we just had at this negative 23, then that's when we would draw an extension. Yeah, Polar Bear's TOS still hasn't had a new low tick. It's not to be trusted. At this point, their data problems. Okay, we're coming up into a high tick here. -61.8% line is respected so far. -98 on the tick, -87. 20, 30, 40 lots covering. And now we're in a high tick. 200 selling. That micro blew out of it 61.8. Get a tick hook. 176, 124 selling. $15 minutes until 11:30, the daily doldrums begin. Yeah, it's just a slow grind lower on bank. Right now, a failure level for shorts is 86.50s. The next negative 23% target is down to 83.50s. $86 trades. Right into that 50%, 270 zone. $86.50 and 86.75s are a failure level. Hippie, TOS hosts webinars weekly on Wednesday after market close. Do you think you can schedule yours on a different day? Absolutely. Yeah, we can do it on Thursdays. Yep. Polar Bear, market internals show TOS 2.1 to 1 positive. That's what I'm seeing too. 86.50 trade. And right at the zero line. .8% line has been broken. Bank briefly came off of a low. 884.25s have traded. Previous trading hours only, lows to lows. Does give us a short extension at 86.50s. $618 selling, 231 and 119. 86.50s trade. And we're in a high tick in our bearish trend line. This is the last level here. If you break above this, it's a trend change. What do you think about the 6E divergence? See, 6E actually went into, if you draw from 43, 47s to lows on a daily chart. We're actually in a 50% short at 4048s. Excuse me. Four zero four threes. $86.50s trade. The only problem with 6E is, I don't want to short 6E if the ES is bullish at this point. Boca on 6E stops are minus 15 and minus, once the first target is hit at plus 6, it goes stop moves to minus 6. So then you have a 12-point total stop. Yeah, 6E is in what looks like a head and shoulders and a 50% retracement short on the daily chart at these same levels at 40.32s. At what point do you move your stop to break even on 6E? Boca, when you hit your first six pip first target, and you bring your stop to minus 6, that's a break even trade minus commissions and of course slippage. So if you were at minus 4, you'd be okay. So it's a little bit different on 6E. If you can get a first target hit, it's basically a free trade. And 6E came off of this 4018 level here. So leave it there until you are, just trail 61.8% lines, just like on the ES. That's personally what I like to do. I actually like to trail 61.8% line and then add 4 pips on top of it to trail in a swing trade. Sixty had a 200-point run today. And we have 6 minutes until the doldrums begin here. And 6E did move here. Again, off of these 4016s and 4018s. Yeah, that last 61.8% line that broke at 86.50s basically flattened me, I think. Going into the daily doldrums, I have rules that only allow me to manage trades, and unless I see a 15-minute 50% retracement, which I'm having trouble finding in the ES right now. Okay, does look like 87.25s on a 15-minute chart. 87.25s are previous lows, Globex. It seems as though we've turned a corner. Whenever we break out of a 61.8% line of a measured move, and you can see here that we did respect 61s on the way down, and we've broken out of the micro measured move back into a 15-minute 50% short here at 87.25s and 87.50s. So really, if you go off a 61.8% line break, this has trend has changed, and we're coming into 11:30, the daily doldrums here, the 11:30 reversal period, and 60s right back up at 40.18s again. Broken, 40.19 straight, 21 straight on 6E. And the ES is moving higher too. 61.8% line is trading at that 15-minute 50% retracement. 87.25 was a 15-minute 50% retracement short. It was on a 15-minute chart. It broke its 50%. We've already broken a micro 50% short on the ES, which, after one breaks, the next pullback, normally you'll see a reaction at that next 50%. There's a great example down here. We actually broke through a 61.8% line on the way down here, and then the next pullback, it got first targets hit. If you would have taken it. But I'm just trying to make an example of when we break out of a measured move. The next low tick is the buying opportunity. So we get a breakout, and then the next 50% was bought at 85.50s down here. New long targets are basically just shorts. I see all of these as counter trend moves. If you draw from highs to lows of the day, you get a 50% short at 89.25s. Like SR just said, highs and lows to the day. That would put us past our close at 88.50s. But I'm cautious now to sell this market. It's been a very strange day. Bank is off of its lows. Okay, we might trade here at 89s here before. 89s, 25s are also previous lows. So that's a huge 15-minute 50% short there. 87.75s trade. And we're getting sold into our old lows. 583, 674. Selling. This is a 15-minute, 50% short, though. And we did briefly trade at its 61.8% line, this last measured move short. Remember the one that we just had at 87.25s? Did trade at 61. Doc, did you say that you're cautious to short this if we hit the 15-minute ammo short at 89.25s with participation in a high tickets range? Would you still be cautious, or would you consider the trade? I would consider it, but my problem is for the day, we've broken out of the trend, and that even if we do hit this 15-minute, 50% retracement, what I'm going to be watching if we get up there is, the pullback into the next, bullish setup. From what I saw from you guys, we did have a low tick of the day, and we didn't make a new low, which concerns me. Low ticks of the day are lows of the day. Bank is off of its lows. And not making it up there is still bearish. What worries me about moving all the way back up into 89s is we actually move above our close price from yesterday at those 88.75s. With it, which is as big as a move as we've had. Moving all the way back up to 89s is bullish. On a little bit larger term time frame, it's not. I mean, there is a big 50% short. It's just, breath all day is not terrible like it was yesterday. The fact that we can't continue our downtrend and respect those 50% lines all the way down. You got to keep an open mind for a possible breakout after the low tick of day. Okay, trade station low tick of day, 11:08. So we did make new lows. I have no tick readings at all. If I was just looking at my tick data, then TOS is completely screwed up today. We've started a new higher tick. The euro is still showing strength into its head and shoulders pattern. $88.50s trade. Euro's breaking out. 88.75s trade. And the ES from highs of the day to lows of the day, it's halfway back at 89.25s. 88.50s trade, and that was our close for yesterday. 300 cover, 500 cover, 275 cover, 194 cover. Bank is off of its lows. And I agree that this is a huge 15-minute, 50% short. You can see it. It's clear as a bell. Okay, on the 15-minute charts, and I'm not saying that there won't be a reaction at this 50% short. My only problem is that, with bank off of its lows, breadth the way it is, we could have the possibility of breaking through. And if that's the case, then we need to look higher. Okay, 89 trade. Let's see if we have some participation here. We have 125 cover, 250 cover. $50 sell. 300 cover. And we have a new bearish or new bullish trend line that is, we are breaking out of this old bearish trend line. The ticks have moved above, which is another clue for a trend change. $89.25 trade. $200 cover, 110 cover, 158 cover. No sellers. 750 cover. Okay, there's no participation at the 89s. Did you say we didn't make new lows after the new low tick? We actually, Hans, we did make new lows after the new low tick. I'm showing us no new low tick at all, which looks like it was at 11:08. We did briefly trade 2 ticks into 84.25s. $693 cover. And this is a 15-minute, 50% short. Actually has a target down at 881s. And the reason that it concerns me about selling into this market right here is that we've had such a huge move since 2 Fridays ago. There is going to be the day that we actually break out of a larger term setup, which we are at right now. It's 89.25s. The 61.8% line is 890.50s. And if this is a 15-minute, 50% short, then we'll have there will be room to get in. Target's all the way down at 81s, which is 8 points away. But right now, this is looking strong. And we have some sellers finally, 569, selling 89s. Still nothing there. What you'd expect this market to do is, react to its 50% and then move back into a long setup. These 87s are previous lows. And if we can't even get down into those levels for a retracement, this thing could rip. Thanks, guys. This is actually this day has been extremely strange. Even TradeStation is showing a tick, and we made a new low. It was only 2 ticks. But so far, extremely technical. The daily pivot was sold in too hard. That's an extremely technical setup. And we're back in a 50% short. Okay, 265 selling. And we finally do get our participation. 87.75s are old lows, trading hours only lows. Breath is only a negative 1.1 to 1. RV, no, I'm flat. I got stopped out of my, or taken out of my short at 86.50. And just looking for another entry. And because it's during the doldrums, I can only choose trades that I can see on a 15-minute chart, which are, so far it's only the short. I'm hesitant to take that. Even if it's for a short term. Cam, already long. Nice job. 85.50s. Do you ever add to positions on the way up? 87? If you got to pull back to 87, there's really nothing wrong with that. 85.50s, if you got 87s, your average fill would be around 86.25s, which is the 61.8% line. The only thing is if that fails, your average fill is your stop at that point. It's a lot easier to have a scratch trade. You have a lot bigger winners, but yeah. So what about 87? Yeah, 87 is valid if we can even get back down there. Coming into a micro short that's not being respected right now. Our old lows at 87.75s were front run by a tick at 88s. They're buying them. We're back in a high tick. And we've broken out of this bearish trend line. Bank is still off of its highs. And coming back into a high tick. Where are the bears? When you see a high tick like this and you see nothing on the tape, here's 2, 6, 11, 10, 20. I'm not saying that those aren't big orders. If I'm grabbing a hold of coattails, I want to grab a hold of a coattail of a whale, you know? Here's 250 selling, here's 163. That's not bad. Doc, would you consider that the classic gotcha? When we break new lows and just rip up, the only thing normally the market will trade, at those. You could say that this was a negative 23% target. I mean, that was the last 50% that I had seen, but I don't really see any support. So you could call that a classic gotcha, absolutely. People that were selling lows could start to get stopped out at lows. Obama in 45 minutes. Yep, that is going to be interesting. Anybody know the topic? I'm assuming it's healthcare. Iran? Okay. BS the American people is the topic. Yeah. That's the other topic, Dano. How much money can we give away of tax people's money? Taxpayers' money. Somebody had posted a link on here the other day that showed the national deficit. I think I erased it, but that was interesting. It should be a homepage. We're 20 minutes now into the doldrums, and we still have this 15-minute, 50% short that we're just sitting up here. 88.5s were our close price for yesterday, and we're sitting right on top of that level. There it is. Rookie, thank you. Hans, great. That's a disturbing website. And we're going to close to breaking out here. 722, do sell into 89.25s this time. Double topping at a 15-minute, 50% retracement so far. We've broken out of a bearish trend line. No new high tick for the day, but still no pullback. The only pullback that we have seen is back into our old trading hours only lows. And it was front run by one tick. Which, you could see a head and shoulders developing here, but we can't get a pullback. It's not much of a shoulder. $165 selling. That's it. And the last low tick we had, 846 here, 1146, was right into that, our close for yesterday, 8850s. 8850s now become support. And you could even make a case from the last swing high we had to our most recent swing high. This is an extension. The extension hit at 888. Target is 890.50s. Bank's holding up. Yep. This banker, I mean, it's one huge rule, and especially when bank is doing, if it's selling off, I'd stay away from longs. When bank is ripping, it's just, stay away from the shorts. It's just a really easy way to do things and to keep you safe. Very close to breaking out. Bank continues to move higher. This extension long was also one tick into. We're front running our old lows by a tick. If this extension long works out, target is 890.50s, which is also previous highs. That high is 89.75 straight. New highs here. Most recent highs. Not for the day, just for. And the 50% level is broken. 90.50s is the target. Still no low tick. After the 61.8% line, we really have no resistance. And target will be the daily pivot again. Okay, we're coming back into a low tick. This is the daily doldrums in ADX. ADX is at 27. These are all micro longs. 89.52s. $235 buying. Getting a tick hook. This bearish channel's gone. Remember that 89.25s were the big support level. It is 12 o'clock here. We have a half an hour until Obama speaks. Okay, 89.50s are being front run by a tick here. 89.75s. 89.50 trade. Now we're getting a low tick in our bullish trend line too. $8.90.50s and $8.90.75s, and both these negative 23% targets are both working out. My goodness. And 6E, no shorting the ES. Absolutely amazing. What's amazing about this, guys, is it's went back into a 50%. It's moved past the 50% level on a daily chart. On a daily. The entire move. So the euro's at plus 240. And the euro had a resistance level at 40.75s. It's front run by a tick, 10 ticks here, 10 pips. Next 50% is at 40.38. HSMY short here at this 50% short on the ES? No. We just came into a full 50% long of that last extension. New target's 90, 890.75s. Not interested in shorting the ES. We start failing trend here, no problem, but we've not respected our 50% line. And I don't really see anything else that could stop us from trading at our daily pivot again. $89.25s where that big support level that we had run into earlier today. It's kind of just like this market has been split in half by the 89.25s. Okay, the euro just screaming higher. Amazing. Just in the last 4 minutes. Okay, we went one tick into a 50% long after an extension. We keep coming back into these low ticks right inside this bullish trend line here. Yeah. Euro still flying. It wasn't a normal 50% that was front run. It's a negative 23% target, and that has hit a resistance level at 4079s. It's a previous swing low. Temporary, I'm sure. That line is at 4069s. We have traded 72 so far. Okay, we have 50 minutes until 1 o'clock. Rookie, any thoughts on when the website links will be back up? Rookie, everything should be back. Everything's live. Clicked on the pivots tab and it said broken. Very nice, Jay. Keep getting these little tiny micro pullbacks on the euro. $88.50 trade. See if we broke that 61.8% line. We didn't. Pull back of that entire move up. This is actually an extension long here. If you pull from the last swing high, 86.25s, to our most recent highs, you get an extension long at 88.25s. The traditional 50% is down to 87.25s. So that's 4 ticks. 4 ticks difference between the extension and the traditional 50%. Bank did just briefly roll over. Extension broke its 50%. We did have participation there. 1 tick into it. We have 17 minutes until Obama speaks. And we still have 45 minutes until the doldrums are over. And there is a 15-minute, 50% retracement long at 87.50s. The extension looks like it's still holding here. We did break down out of our bullish trend line. We have not made a new low tick. It's just that initial extremely steep rally broke down. So we have two trades up here. One is the short that didn't respect its 50%, but didn't break at 61. 2 on the 15-minute chart is that 87.50 and 87.25, 50% long. And our trading hours only lows for yesterday, 87.75s. 88 straight. $88 straight, 87.75 straight. There's 87.50s. $87.75s yesterday's trading hours only lows. Still in the low tick. Yeah. and 400 selling, 350 selling. In a high tick. Market breadth, negative 1.2 to 1. The trend did break out bearish. '88 trade. Going nowhere. Still in a high tick. The euro went about 10 pips into that old resistance level. Bank still holding on to its most recent highs. And getting a tick hook. 382, 237, 242, and 150. And so far that 15-minute, 50% long has been front run by 2 ticks. Target on that one is up at 891.75s. All right, guys, this is I'm going to take a really quick break. We're watching for 87.50s to trade. I'm going to leave something down there just in case. in the 50% short. Doesn't hold here. 89.75 straight again. .6E has really no targets. We've blown past the last resistance level that I've seen. The next one is up at 41.31s. Okay, getting slammed again. Here's 87.75s again. See 87.88s trade. We're back in a low tick. 88 straight. Still picking it up. Here's 366, 183 buying in a low tick, 220 buying, and an 88.75 straight. $438 buying. The only problem with 6E right now is, we're at highs, and this old support or the resistance level looks like it's acting as support. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we got a extension long at 40.58s for another entry. But other than that, I don't see any real safe entries in 6E. As far as targets go, 41.31s. As banker, I do want to see 87.50s trade. I'm not sure we'll see it trade, but that is a big 15-minute, 50% long, and orders on the depth of market don't mean anything, but there's about 1,000 more orders at 87.50 than anywhere else on the depth, and they can disappear at any moment. But seeing those orders down there, double everyone else, depth, liar's poker. It is, Doc. Absolutely. But when I do see orders down there on the depth of market at a level that I'm looking at too, it does tell me something. When the depth of market has, say 2,200 orders down at lows to cover or to buy, or at highs to, to sell, it's a little bit different when we're in range. Dana, do I ever put a blind order out, or would you wait for volume? In this situation, I mean, the 15-minute, 50% retracements. A lot of times you can place an order out. If you're scaling out at +2, you can front run it by a tick, and the likelihood of you getting a first target hit is extremely great. The only thing that worries me about this situation is I would like to wait for, since it is, target's up at 90 once. Actually 92, so that would be 87.50 to 92s. It's 5 points. There's room in there to wait for a pullback. And the reason that I say that is because if we break these lows, there are people that had gotten long at 87.75s, 88s, 88.25s, even the 88.50s that are going to have market orders below this level. And, the question is there enough orders down here at this 15-minute, 50% long to suck those up and take this thing higher? If we were just coming down into this for the very first time, I wouldn't worry so much about it. But people have been seeing this front run and then have drugged their orders into the market. With the long at 87.5, how much of an influence will the short at 89.25 be against it? I see this 50% as not respected at this point. The first time that we came up here, we did see participation at the 89.25s, and then they just ripped it right up at an ambush extension. Okay, it didn't hit its target, which is bearish. Okay, but there's still no confirmation that the trend has changed from the short side, and there won't be until we actually break the 61.8% line. But with Bankit showing strength, breadth increasing, I think the short is in trouble at this point. It's funny, Anthony. Another new high for stick C. So its resistance level became support. At 4071. Nice HSN. It's a decent trade. Could go either way at this point. That last low tick into 88s had money behind it, but it has only traded 88.75s, which is 3 ticks. Back in a high tick. We're still in this bullish trend line. "25 minutes until 1 o'clock. And this is a normal occurrence, guys. When we go into our daily doldrums, most of the time we get two 50% levels that we will consolidate between during the doldrums. And we have to make decisions based on bank, on the breadth, and where we are in a 15-minute trend on, which way this thing's going to go. Bank still showing strength. 89.75 straight again. 900, almost 1,000 here. Sell 89.25s again. Breadth just went positive, 1.0 to 1 positive. Trade station had a new high tick. $8.90s trade at highs. New highs. Okay. That's 61.8% line trades, 8.90 50s. $89.50s is halfway back. And new high tick for Thinkorswim. 1,021. Very close, guys, to ripping. New high tick. Negative 23% target for the last 15-minute trade is 91.75s, 91.50s. 91.25s trade. 50s trade. 75s trade. Okay. That negative 23% target was hit. That's short. Busted 61.8% line. And we'll see if that negative 23% target here acts as resistance into the next 50% long at 89.75s and at 8.90s. We need to look at 8.90.25s. 8.90.25s is basically front running that 50% by 2 ticks. And 8.90.50s traded. And we're still in a low tick. 91.50s trade. And still in a low tick. A low tick in our bullish trend line is at minus 400. We're at minus 125. We're getting a tick hook in an extension long right now. We'll see if that these work out. Here's 20, 30, 40 lots selling into it. There is a 89.75, 50% traditional 50%, which is 4 ticks away from where we are right now. There's a 180 selling, 90-50s trade, 90-50s trade again, 25s trade, 890s trade. Let's get an 890. 890 25s trade. Okay, that's old highs. $382 covering, buying, 890 50s. High tick of the day, 1113. Bank did briefly roll over. We had a 382 buying 890 50s, which was a tick in front of our old highs. And out of the day, just our most recent highs. We're still in this low tick. That 89.75 is just another measured move, and it's being front run right now. We're getting a tick hook. $6E, yep. Went back into another 50%. Just continues to rip. Anthony, is the pit audio streaming? Yes, it is. In RV, I did have a 90-50. Yes, I did. Which is not hit its first target yet. 89.50s trade. Yeah, the pit is extremely quiet. New. RV, I'm still looking long. I got a fill at 90.50, and it'll still have not hit my first target. Okay. Now it has. And the 90.50 was front running our old highs by a tick. The new target is 92.50s. $718 selling 890.50s. Those are old highs. 890 25s. Still in this low tick. What's interesting is we had high ticks in the highs, almost in the 700 range, and the tick did not follow, which is strange. Don't see that very often. It was getting sold in too hard. Another 1,000 selling, 897 5s. That 61.8% line has broken. The only real resistance I see is previous lows at 92 even. And after that, if we can break out of 92, then we have a pretty clear shot to the daily pivot. And our negative 23% target is at 92.50s. $900 sell, 897 5s. Bank still showing strength. Euro still basing at highs. Maybe 25s trade again. 890s did trade again. Now we're back in a high tick. 583 selling 91s and 91.75s here. Breath is positive 1.3 to 1. Bank still showing strength. Euro still at its highs. The ES has hit a negative 23% target and pulled back into another 50% long at 89.75s. 89.50s traded. Target is 92.50s, 892.50s. We can break above 92s. We have a clear shot to the pivot at 94.50s. Okay, we were in a high tick and now it's hooking lower here. Is the 888 50% long still valid with the target of 93.50s? At 888. Chris, I have that hit. I have that already hitting its target at that 91.75s. And then there was a new pullback with the target at 92.50s. And we didn't come back all the way into that 50%, but its negative 23% target was respected. 340 buying, 91s. We have not come back into another low tick. This low tick is turned higher here. We're one tick off of our negative 23% target, our most recent highs. Okay, now we're getting a low tick. I'm doing a micro, 50% long, 90/50s. It's like everybody went on vacation. Getting a tick hook. $456 buying, 222 buying, 200 buying, 897.5s, 175 sell, 50s. Pressure still higher, bank still at highs, breath still positive, 1.4 to 1. Okay, 61.8% line, trades. 890s, trade. $439 and 140. Buying in a low tick. Extremely, extremely slow. Shocking that the ADX is over 20 right now. 89.75s trade. 89.50s trade. All right. Still in a low tick in our bullish trend line. In your early days, did you ever think about using the 38.2? Yeah, I did, Hans. And the reason that I didn't is because on those larger moves, like say on a 15-minute, the 38 is all the way up here. And although it does bounce sometimes, the real reaction point is at the 50, and it depends on, how big the move is. Like if you were drawing a huge 50%, the 38 would be way out in no man's land, and the reaction point would be the 30 or the 50. So I just found that if I just kept it off, I mean, we do see like this price action did bounce off its 38% line. I don't know if you guys can even see that, but I have a light gray line on my 38%. I don't see that as bouncing off of 38 though. I see it bouncing off of 87.75s, which was our yesterday's close. We're still in a low tick. $89.50s have traded. Again. $500 buying, $300 buying. $8.90s. In a low tick. I still see this as a 15-minute, 50% long from 89.75s. Still valid. And 890.25s trade. And 50s did trade. Yeah, Danny, what's going on with the euro? Not sure to short it or stare at it. Nah, it's true. It has room to go too. It has room to run. We're coming back out of this low tick. And since the high tick of the day, we have seen lower highs on the tick. Which, whenever you see the high tick of the day, you have to assume that people will take profit on longs. We're in a larger bullish trend line now. In a 15-minute, 50% retracement long is still valid, still working as a target of 92.75s, 92.50s. $89.75s trade again. It is 1 o'clock. 89.50 straight again. Bank has rolled over slightly. And the 1 o'clock crowd, I don't see them taking it anywhere. Okay. Now, Hans, when you get your first target hit, do you have your stop move to -6 or -2? It goes from initially -6 to -4, and then once I get 6 to 8 ticks, if it's not in jeopardy of messing up the trade or in the way of a support and resistance line, I will take it to -2. Chris, once you get your first target hit, when do you move your stop down or up to protect profit? If not in a trade, can you show a simulated example? This is an example. 89.75s have traded 6 times now, 5 times now, and this is a 15-minute 50% long. Now, say you have 89.75. Say you have 89s. Okay, you get your first target hit. Your stop moves from -6, which is 88.50s, okay, to -4, which is at 89. Okay, so you have 89s to 890s. So 89 is -4. You could say that if we broke these lows by 1 tick, there would be profit taking to the market orders. So you could really do a -3 here. But, leaving it at -4 at your entry point, I see that as after you get your first target hit and, you do get a stop hit, it's kind of the cost of doing business. If you can move it up a tick and still not let the trade get in the way, then you can do it, but you don't want it so tight that it's going to stop you out and still let it run. And target for this 15-minute long is at 32 or 892.50s. And once we've broken 92s here, we're trading 92s. If we get above 92s and we hit this negative 23% target, we could run up to the daily pivot, back up to 94.50s. And the reason I say 92s is because we have old lows here at 92 evens. We've come 2 ticks off of a negative 23% target. New high tick for the day. Man, the tick is flying now, so we actually got some volume back in the market. Had a high tick of the day, had a note pullback, into a bullish trend line. No high tick on TradeStation. And our bullish trend line is steepening here. Low tick is right at the 0 line. 950 cover, 890 125s. Breadth is positive 1.7 to 1. Bank is still holding on to its most recent highs. Yeah, it smells like phony baloney. Anthony, I agree. It feels a little strange, but the setups are... An 82.25's traded and it got slammed. $285, $225. After the high tick, we're still back in this low tick. We're at plus 227. And they're still buying it. Bank robber, ES only, 7. London Bridge forming on the 1 minute tick chart. Pulled back here, 1.6 to 1 positive. We now have 22 minutes until 1:30. We still have another pullback on a 50% at 90, 75s. 569 covering, 371 selling. Pretty close to a wash there. Pressure's higher though. And our trend channel is still in a bullish channel here. You see this when we had this bearish channel. The trend still is valid. I mean, we do have, valid signals on trend channel breaks. We had a trend channel break at 12:29, 12:29 Eastern Standard Time. And the rule that I had with the trend channel breaks is after it broke channel in the direction, if it changed direction or broke a bearish channel or broke a bullish channel, then I would take the next pullback in the direction of that, whatever the break was. So, you look at this last trend channel break. It broke down bullish, 12:30. Go to the ES, 233, 12:30, right here, broke bullish. And then the rule was buy the next pullback, which was 89.75s. Since that time on the trend, we've continued in that new bullish trend line. And it is a little bit of a lagging indicator because you really only see that it has broke after a 50% short, or in the case of this case, it was a 50% short broke to the high side. Negative 23% targets are hit, and we are trading above 92s. So next target is the daily pivot, 94.50s. And no new high tick. Sure, Station just had a new high tick. Okay, just barely. Thank you, sir. Breaths 1.9 to 1 positive. Okay, 94.50s are the next target. We have no new pullback. Okay, looks like we're getting one. Looks like we're going to come back into another low tick here. 92 evens. 92 evens trade, 91.75s trade. Low tick in our bullish trend line. Target is 94 even. Yeah, we have 18 minutes until 1 o'clock. We've come off of this low tick, and we're hooking higher at the 0 line in a 50% long. The target 94s. 288 buying. 153 buying covering. $312, selling 92s. And 92.25 is 92s were the original old swing lows. Let's check this real quick. And you cannot see this pullback on a 15-minute chart. Did break out of a 61.8% line. There's a larger measured move in here, though. $16 minutes until 1:30. Bank still basing at highs. If Bank were to break down from these levels, then it would change things a little bit. It's just it has not yet. And we got to a minus 350 tick reading. 91.50 trade. 250, 234 selling. $91.25 trade. Still seeing big contracts selling into these highs. 91 trade. Why does the Dave? Why does the TOS show the pivot at 898.50s and you have it at 94.5s? That is the Globex data daily pivot. It's taking into account the highs and lows overnight. I personally like to use it bases that on the 4:15 close. My daily pivot is based on the 4 p.m. close, the cash close, and does not take into account the overnight highs and lows. And I've just found that works better. So if you look at Globex, I'm not saying the Globex pivot does come into play sometimes, and it's usually after hours. And today, it's showing 94.75s here. If you go to trading hours only, it'll actually show you 94.50s. There's 2 pivots up here. TOS has the 4:15 close, and I'm using the 4, and they're only 1 tick off of each other. The 4 o'clock close was 954.50s, and the 4:15 close was 954.75s, which is pretty close. Today, it's pretty close. Daily pivot for tomorrow is 890 right now. You remember yesterday, guys, how we were talking about how the normal move back up into the pivot would have been, we broke a trend line that we were expecting to move back into halfway back for the day, and then we just rolled over and died. Just drawing that same chart up, that same level, the negative 23% target was the 84.75s. It's just interesting to me that how all these levels line up. And I've seen this happen before. And I don't know if it's because of the computers still show that as a target or a place to cover shorts, or what the deal is. I don't know what it is, but I've seen this happen over and over. You have a setup and it doesn't move into its 50%, and you just leave it up, and it ends up still bouncing off its negative 23, which is strange. And I was drawing off of trading hours highs to lows. Remember how we had made that low right around 10:30 or 1:30, 1 o'clock, between 1 o'clock and 1:30 Eastern Standard Time yesterday, and then kind of ground higher into our previous lows of the day and got smacked. But usually when markets hit their negative 23% targets on this time frame, you'll see reversals or straight sideways. And the ADX is showing 34.4. So far, the only long setup that we've broken is that micro long at our high here. Any chance of us getting to 898? No, we have to redraw that and go from lows to highs because that negative 23% target was hit. I see a trading hours only 96 even, and that's from yesterday's or Monday's high of the day to today's low of the day, and halfway back of that is 96 even. We still have a lot to get through. It's hard to imagine breaking out of our highs today. I'm just looking at this market. 150% retracement at a time at this point. Isn't the 97.50s a 15-minute long negative 23% target? Let me just check that. The only targets that we have above us right now are at 94s, and that is the last target that I have for a negative 23% target. After that, this thing has to pull back and then bust through the pivot, which is I think going to be hard to do for them today. Well, for a short, 97.50, 15 minutes, yes. Let's go to that. I see 96 even. If you go to Globex, it's a little bit different. You can look at an extension short that's at 97.5s. And that is an extension short. Drawn from lows. Friday's lows to our lows. 97.50s. I don't see anything wrong with us moving back into a full 50% of this move. It's just, our old 899.25 lows. And you're right, that 897.50 would be a huge level to short. Which we're only, 6 points away from right now. $91 even trades. We're right at a 61.8% line. Broken. And nothing in the pit. Normally when you hear you can hear a 61 break too. Yeah, no noise means no, well, not no support fight. It's just, no selling. The 61 is broken. 87.75s drawn to highs. Looks like they're still respecting 890 50s. Bank broke a low here. Bank finally broke down. After almost an hour. 90 50s trade. 25s trade. And we're breaking out of our bullish trend line. The trend broke out bearish of its channel. AV, still not sure how to use the pit sound, loud noise, intense fighting at that level, or more explosive the move. Normally what you hear, there's two different ways to use it. At an extreme situation, like we're selling hard off, and you hit the pit, you hear the pit to get to like a 10, okay? That's when I picture, low ticks of the day, or high ticks of the day. There's also, when you see a support level break down, a lot of times you'll hear this, wow, I don't know what else to say it. It's just this big, everybody's looking at that level, and they're looking to sell to get into, in this case, I think shorts. There was nothing there. There's nobody selling that. Then when bank broke down, I'd like to hear, I wish I could hear Ben now and just see what the attendance in the pit is, because it sounds like no one's there right now. And one of the rules in the trend I used to have is when it broke out of a channel here, yeah, like watching fireworks and hearing ooh and ah, exactly. When you hear an ooh or ah, they see opportunity. You see stuff like this breaking out of a bullish trend line bearish. The next pullback is usually a sell. We've broken out of the bullish trend line. We've broken down on bank. Breadth has pulled back. We've broken out of 161.8% line. We do have halfway back for the entire day, but that's a ways away. About 2 points. And we're in a high tick. An extremely steep bearish trend line. This is the first time bank has really let go since the first hour and a half of the trading day. And still aren't getting a move back up into the next 50% short here. The only problem is for a short at this level, I don't see really long-term targets. Like I do see on the 15. The tick is at 107 now. Yeah, 133 on the tick. Okay, 97.5 straight. $91 is front running that by one tick. 91 straight. And they're selling them. $91's trade. And it's 5 minutes past the 130 reversal. And 91's trade again. And there was easily 1,000 contracts in there selling 91s. Letting them go. $91's trade, 97.5's trade. 97.5 straight. Eight 97.5 straight. Man, this is what the summer's going to be like. I'm going to fall asleep. Amazing. You're kidding. Avi, that's hilarious. There's 10 minutes and 44 seconds watching paint dry. Okay, bearish trend line. We're in a high tick. We've been sitting up here for 4 minutes now. The ES is going nowhere. 91.25 is finally trade. Trend broke out of its bearish channel. We've failed a 50% long. And the last long that it did come in down here into, I mean, you could make a case that it is a 50% long or a measured move, but it wasn't respected when we came down into it. $97.5 trade. $444, $120, $108, selling 897.5s. And we finally move. So we went up and we could not break through a 93.25. The daily pivot is at 89.50s. 89.50s. Yeah, we're 2 ticks away from the daily pivot. The entire move halfway back, what we came off of our lows and pulled back now to the 50% of the entire day, 88.75s. You got it, Dan. And the 61.8% line fails here. The short has a target of 89.50s. 89.50s are the daily pivot. It's really all we have. 88.75s for the very first level of support. And of course we have this, what looks like on a 233 chart, an inverted head and shoulders that at 87.75s. Jeff, anticipating breaking lows. I don't see us breaking lows today. When I look at, you can see a trend line here. It's a reach. I mean, I don't see a short trade, and I don't have a target for it. Originally, breaking 87.50s yesterday. I mean, I had a target 776, but there's nothing wrong with, getting short, anticipating breaking lows. Just think that, the halfway back for the day and then our possible right shoulder for a inverted head and shoulders pattern is a decent target. And the ADX is finally getting low. Okay. Bank breaks the most recent low. And the ES hits a negative 23% target at 89.50s. And back in a high tick. $404, sell 89.25s. 89.50s trade at the top of that move. 8.33 selling. 8.90s. And 6E looks like it's going into a 50% short. I don't like to pick tops on stuff like this. Let's see what we have here. $8.90.50s trade. How typical is this action of the day before FOMC announcement? I've forgotten. Yeah. All the days run together. FOMC is just an insane day. I mean, most of the time what I've seen in the past, Mark, is that people will start to position themselves for what they think the reaction will be to the Fed announcement. I mean, that's what I've seen in the past. If that's the case, then people might be trying to get long in this. We are extremely overextended, at least on a 15-minute chart. Yeah, the Fed bias is towards no change. There's nothing that they can do. HSM, no. Out of my long, and then I took a 97.5. The euro, I can't really do anything with in the afternoon. I mean, this run is, I'm not saying that it's over for today. It's just I don't like to trade the euro when it's this slow. Just the participation's gone. Yeah, right when we were coming up there in that high tick. And it was actually, the 50% was 91.25s. But the two resistance levels that we have on the downside that could bounce are 88.75s, which are the 50% long of the day, and then a possible right shoulder for a head and shoulders pattern at 87.75s. Remember, 87.75s were yesterday's close. Ten minutes until 2 o'clock. Okay, one other level. I'm just looking at an anchor chart here. At 89, remember 89.25s today? 89.25s were that very first swing low. Which we've come one tick off of. Bank's still rolling over. Breadth is 1.3 to 1. The trend is in a new bearish channel here. Just draw a channel around that. $10 hours till 2. Yep, Dano. Feels like it. Can pretty much guarantee tomorrow's going to go fast, though. RV, yeah, 97.5s. And what's a little bit concerning to me right now is that, we have our old lows from yesterday at 89.25s, and they've been support and resistance pretty much all day. It looks like the market is kind of split in half at that level. You can see that. Today, we bounced off that level a couple of different times, broke through, went into a 50% short, hit a negative 23% target, made new lows. It acted as resistance, support, and then out again, support. Worst case scenario, 891.25 straight again. RV, I pretty much called out the entire time how you entered the trade. Okay. There was a 50% short from 92.50s to what was our low at 8.90s. It was a 50% short. We were basically sitting up here for like, it was pretty close to 7 minutes at 91s. And actually at that time, 91s weren't filling. So I actually drug it down to get filled. And then we traded 91.25s. And then it hit the negative 23% target. Are you using the trend as they break their bullish or bearish channels? Both. You can use them on both. I used to do this a lot. During the day, I would just draw channels around the trend all day long. And when a channel was broken, I would go back to the charts and take a look and see. And the rule was with a trend channel break, and you can go back through the market and do this after the close. Do it every day. When you see a channel break, you look at the time, you look at the direction. This one was bearish. You go to that time and you wait for the next bearish setup, as in the next high tick into a bearish or a 50% short. In the case of this, it broke out bullish. Okay, so you go back and wait for the next pullback into a long. And that's, I mean, are you still looking at the trend? I haven't for a very long time, just because the trend has been flat. But today it actually looks good. I hadn't pulled it up in a long time. And we just briefly have broken out bullish on that trend. But it's just another tool. What I used to do on the trend is when I was unclear, or I was a little bit hesitant about picking the direction and a target, is I would go to the trend and draw a channel and wait for a break, and then I would make a decision based on what I saw in the charts. And it does work. Ed, thanks a lot. Over the beginning of this year, I kind of got away from looking at the trend just because it was so flat. A lot of times, what I've seen in the past, the trend would just stay at 0.08 for 4 hours, and then it would start trending. And it's just, you can't do anything with that. Today has been a good day for the trend. If you draw the euro highs to lows, it did have a little double top here at 40.91s. Cubes, SSO, SSD, SDS. That's awesome, Ed. It's great to hear. Awesome stuff. Okay, finally breaking down, we have this, we've now broken 89.25s. briefly. 89's trade. Bank continues to sell off here. Breath still positive 1.2. But we've come now one tick off of our 50% long of the entire day. In a low tick. With Bank continuing to make new lows, I'm sure we'll see a bounce here, but Bank continues to tick lower. We're anticipating a break of this 50%. And if Bank starts holding lows, and we start finding support here, I can't ignore it. It's there. It's halfway back for the entire day. And it's bullish. The daily pivot is also 89.50s right now. 89.25s and 89.50s trading. $163, $259 selling. Another tick low for Bank. Good. 88.75s trade now. On the spot, Bank's making new lows. Not new lows for the day, but most recent. Okay. 88.50s trade. 88.25s did trade. And the tick is broken out of that bullish trend line. Just keeps breaking trend lines here. Ever since that high tick of the day. We failed the 50% line. The next pullback was a sell. And now we have, there's 733 and 713 buying 88.50s. Bank continues to tick lower here. Breath is 1.1 to 1. It's 2 o'clock in New York. All right. That's what I like to hear. When you were talking earlier about guys with that 61.8% line, that's what, when I see a 61, that's what I usually hear. When I don't hear it, it's just a little strange. Close to breaking the 61. If the 61 breaks, it could be retesting lows. Basing at lows. And a lot of times when you see these overextended moves, guys, because we have moved past a negative 23% target. So the next 50%, 89.25, which was support. And 61.8 has not failed. $89.25 trade. $50s trade. 203. Looking at a 15-minute chart, there's a halfway back from the short side at 890.25s. $535 cover. I'm not going to get too excited about the tick breaking out of this bearish trend line at this point because it was an extremely steep bearish trend line. We have pierced the 50% level on the long for the day, halfway back for the day. We traded at that 61. It has not failed. It means it's still valid, technically. $87.75s yesterday's close, and a 61.8% line. And there's going to be could be a right shoulder here at 890s. 890, 50s is halfway back. The entire move down. Remember 87.75s were yesterday's close. Excuse me. That's not true. They were the lows of the day. Sorry. And that was the level that we were worried about a little while ago. and had erased it. It's a 61.8% line. Halfway back for the entire day. Failed its 50%. It traded at its old or lows from yesterday, 87.75s. And we moved back up into the 50% short of this last move down, which is 90.50s. Bank is off of its lows. $505 and $364, selling 89.75s. $320 buying. $89.75 trade. $551 selling, 89.75s. So we've completed an inverted head and shoulders at this point at 87.75s. Yesterday's low of the day. It was support, became resistance, support, again, support. So when they scream, it means intense buying, cover, selling, and that means a bounce or sharp penetration of that level. Avia depends on the sentiment at the time. You know, we're selling off. You can pretty much guess that the pit is short from up here, and that they're covering. When you hear yelling, you know, now looking back, I had originally had a trend line up on that low of the day, and it was also the 61.8% line. And came down to that level, and I still did not have it up there. It's way too close to the price action at that time. But, you know, looking back on it now, they're covering and more than likely buying the head and shoulders. We still have a 50% short that's still valid. We still have a bearish trend channel. Bank did come off of its lows, but if this 61.8% line fails, I'm going to look at that 50% long as being valid, and I'm going to be using its negative 23% target. At 895. Bank continues to come off of its lows. Yeah, that's Banker. Nice. Yeah, it did not pierce its 61.8% line. As long as they don't pierce, they're still technically valid. Jury's still out. $91 trade. Yeah, bank is off its lows. Yep, 61.8% line breaks. 400, 300 cover. And we have an 81.75s as a previous high. Gotta wait for a pullback. $750 and $240 selling. $573 selling 91.25s. Yeah, that's why you must sell a high tick. Yep. Straight up. $348 cover. And we're coming back into a low tick. Price is not following. $91.50s trade. We might not get a pullback here. Just an extremely tiny extension long from 890.25s to highs. That looks like they're buying in a low tick. $891.25 trade. The 15-minute chart, because that 61.8% line did not fail, has a target at 95.25s. The daily pivot, 890. 1344 selling. No reaction. 500 selling. Okay, the little extension. $20, $30, $40 lots covering. Trend is higher. Bank continues to tick higher. Breath is positive 1.8 to 1. Resistance becomes support. $91.75s. Another 50%. And still no full pullback. And no pullback. We had a low tick, and it didn't even pull back. Into a micro 50% here. 93's trade. $94.50s is the daily pivot. One tick off of our previous highs here. And coming back into a low tick. Every time they've come back into 200, they've bottomed. Yep, it's Tom. Yep. It was a inverted head and shoulders down here. If you look at Globex, we did dip below. But if you look at trading hours only, it's a beautiful inverted head and shoulders. Beautiful. Our highs from yesterday are 95.25s. That's also front running the negative 23% target by a tick. 94.50s are the daily pivot. Coming back into a low tick. The extension long. It's at 92.25s. Right back at the zero line. 92.25s trade. Lead trader, yeah, the target on the negative 23% target hit, and then the next 50% short breakdown of the 61.8% line was 89.75s. So that was pretty much where I got taken out of it. And now I can't get into a pullback. We are in one now, in a low tick. 92 evens trade. And we get a tick hook. $92.25's trade. 92's trade. 91.75 is previous highs. Bank is continuing to show strength here. We are in a slight pullback. And we have 38 minutes until the last hour of the day. Okay, 92.50 trade. 50s trade. And 50s trade. 25s trade. 205 buying covering. It sure did. To the short side. Yeah, bank did make a perfect 50% retracement short so far. From when it turned its corner, it just pulled back a little. $192 and a $125 covering. And 7.5s did trade. So 92 was the 50%, and you got 3 ticks at 75. '92 straight again. Market breadth positive 1.8 to 1. Bank still holding onto its high. Okay, bank is off its most recent little pullback here. '92's trade. The paint is dry. Not quite, Doc. Oh, the paint is drying. Man. You know, the other thing that's nice about watching tick candles is that there's 233 transactions. So it kind of gives you an idea of the volume here. And the trend obviously broke out bullish. It was right at 211. And right here it was 211. Extremely, extremely slow day, guys. FOMC, the Federal Fed, the rate cut is tomorrow. There will be no rate cut. They're just meeting. The consensus is that there will be no change. And even if they wanted to, there's not much they can do. Kind of out of bullets at this point. Bank continuing to show some strength here. At previous highs. 91.75s. Okay. 774 and 339 selling. Yeah, all they can do is raise or print more cash or buy our bonds. SR, yeah, it is ridiculous. Raise cash or print cash to buy our own bonds. Finally. So we came one tick off of our highs. Bank's still showing strength. Bank's still, it's not pulling back with the ES. Just still bullish. $427 covering, buying 91.50s. Only support I see is down here at 890.25s. Dano, free trade 92s. 92s at 92.75s hit. 3 ticks. Um, 90.25s and 90.50s. Or an old high. '50s trade. And we're finally coming back into a low tick. same levels that we were at when we ripped up from these lows. Yep, bank continues to show strength here. And there's a 50% retracement and a prior high at 90.50s. 90.50s trade. Target is 894. Yeah, sure, Ben. 233 from 90.50s. These were previous swing highs for the day. It was actually that 50% level that we had went into. And I'm just looking at it being, it was resistance, it was support, and I'm looking for it to be support again. It's also, if you take the 50% long on a 15-minute chart, we did not fail out of that 61.8% line. Okay, we ripped up from there, blew out of the shorts, came one tick off of highs, and then are pulling back into, from those lows to the 61.8% line to highs, that 50% level. So that's basically what I see that 50 as. We don't have a whole lot of time yet in the day. The only thing that I do see is bank continuing to tick higher, which to me, I picture short cover. The fact that we could not break highs does concern me a little bit, but $398 selling. All right, guys, we have 24 minutes left. 90.50s trade. $90.25 trade. $90s trade. Yeah, 89.75 trade. And you see, that's another example of that pop at the 61.8% line that we were talking about earlier. $89.75 trade. And in a low tick. Completely flat bank rubber. There's no participation at that next pullback long. The daily pivot is at 89.50s, which we are right on top of. Most of the time during the day, we will gravitate towards that daily pivot. $89.50s and 75 straight here. $89.50 straight. That 61.8% line broken. This last pullback failed. Might as well just assume that we're going to be in a range all day and chopping around the daily pivot until the close at this point. The only thing that we've done is hit a negative 23% target at our lows. The only short setups that I see are support and resistance levels. They don't have targets. Okay, 608 cover, 90.25s were support. Now becoming resistance. And there's participation selling back into 90.25s. The only long setup that I see is down at the 88.75, and 50% has already been basically blown out of. 89.50s have been support. All day long. 89.25s and 89.50s. Doc, great job. Yeah, I mean, this entire day has been choppy. The last hour is either going to be, could be a huge last hour for all the consolidation that we've done. But there's no reason to get chopped up in the madness the last hour. Yeah, you can't always get rid of it all, Doc. But 88.75 straight. Right back to the 50% of the entire day. Failed to break out, slammed back into our 50%. And we have 15 minutes until last hour. Okay, went back into another high tick. And AV, at this point, it could go either way. Honestly, every single situation, every single play at this point has either failed its 50%, or there's no targets. And if there's not a target for the trade, what's the point of putting it on? The only thing that I can see setting up is the failure of the long setups. That 61.8% line barely held on. We have that inverted head and shoulders that are usually very strong. But as long as we close above the daily pivot, we're basically trading at that daily pivot now. And I have seen days where we will go sideways. Last hour, last 15 minutes, they'll pop it up and pop it down. ADX is at 18.3. No trade zone.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away for just a minute.
90-25s become resistance. 5-point range, straight sideways for 3 hours. $90.25s. Again. The only thing I can see is those these little rallies that we have. It's just short covering. And 90.25s is again another 50%. The best run of the day was 94s to 84s. $89.75 straight. $300 selling. Bank rolls. $590 to $83 selling. Based on after short covering is more times that she goes up, pushed by longs, or new shorts jump on it. After a short covering, I see it as new shorts jumping on, selling high ticks. So it kind of fuels the fire that when you get into a situation like that's when we're basing, because people are selling lows. It's obvious. We've seen huge contracts today selling into highs. And then the people that have been short since, last or 2 Fridays ago, this is a immense move. The next measured move would be up into, another 50% retracement, those 904s. Just seems like they're selling lows at this point. Okay, 89.25 straight. Someone in here yesterday, I forgot who it was talking about the 90175 high. It was just the very first pop that we had of the day on Monday, and drug it to lows, and that's what we had sold into, and it was also previous lows of the day. This is a reach here, but you could say that was a 50% that hit its negative 23% target. Dragged to the new lows, and that was 903 even, which was sold into. The only long setup that I see that is at 87.75, which is traded right down to its 61.8% line. But that does have a negative 23% target down to 880s. The daily pivot for today, for tomorrow, 89.50s, which we're trading at right now. If we did break down and break through that 61.8% line today, then I would be targeting that 880, anticipating that we trade to 875 or 876.25s. But that long setup has just not failed yet. That's the best explanation that I can give for this 5.3 hour trading range here. Yeah, a break of 70, absolutely. 87.75s bring us a whole lot more sellers. No, I agree, HSM. That's why if we could break down, I have no problem. I would just love to see a trend. And like I was saying earlier this morning, I've seen days where we've gone straight sideways for 20 plus hours after negative 23% targets have been hit. So from noon today straight sideways. Yeah, Irish. Nothing will probably happen either way until Fed tomorrow. And those are really the levels that are important for us. 87.75s and 93.25s. Letting the daily pivot for tomorrow decide which way this thing's going to go. Read someplace that 75% is sideways action, 20% is some movement. No strong trend, but only 5% is a strong trend. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's a little bit different on the E-minis. But during the summer, I remember seeing days like this often during the summer. And the only thing that you can do, at least what I personally would do, is I would just base all my trades off the 15-minute chart. So if we break lower here, if we break 87.75s, what we'd be doing is selling rallies, anticipating us breaking lows, and then trading to that, what I see is a possible negative 23% target at 880s. But we do have our support, or it's not necessarily a long setup, it's a place to cover, where I think people will be covering at the 76.50s. And 872 is a huge level too. Some people could call this a bear flag here. You step back far enough. It looks like one. That's what we're working with right now. 1,200 selling. $88.50s did trade. Bank is getting hammered. Breath is 1.4 to 1 positive. So giving it up on breath, giving it up on bank, and we're in a low tick right now. $3.15 selling. $88.50s trade. 863 sell. 88.50s. In a low tick. It's a long. Selling at the market. If we step out too far, I can't see anything. Bank continues to tick lower. Still in a low tick. This thing's about ready to let go. Bank continues to see new low, almost at new lows here. The support level it had at 15.17. It's not new lows for the day, just most recent lows here. Still in a low tick. We have 50 minutes until the cash close. And back in a high tick. Back in a high tick at minus 65, minus 41. 88.75 for support. 450 and 150 selling. $340, selling 88.50s. It was another 50% short at 89 even. That was drawn from 890.25s to 888s. 88.75s are being sold into. It briefly came off of its lows. Okay, 89's trade. And in a high ticket, 414. $47 minutes until the close. CT, yeah, I am flat. It's the last hour of the day. The only thing I can really take is 15-minute, 50% retracements, which I don't see any, or the last 45 minutes of the day. If I see something, if we start trending, if this 50% short, would be the second one that worked, because we did have a high here at 92s, drawn to 89s. There was an 890.50 short, 890.25s traded, and it hit its negative 23% target. You draw from that high to this low, and that's the short that we're in now. That's the second one. We're at lows. Whenever we're in these trading ranges, you just have to assume that we're going to continue to trade inside that range until we actually break out. If we break out, then I'll be doing something. If we stay in this range, I'm not going to do anything with it. Break out of the 61. Okay, and a high tick, 1,014. 890.75 trade. And welcome to the last hour. If it wasn't a choppy enough day, if we don't break out, we go straight sideways all the way to the close. Extremely volatile. Bank came off of its lows. $90.75 trade. 890.25's trade. Bank popped nicely off of its lows here. It's going straight sideways. Hi, Collie. It is painful, isn't it? I'm not saying that there's not a bunch of plays in here to make money. You know, you can scout this all day long inside this trading range, but yeah, Dano, absolutely. Yeah, let's take a look at 15-minute chart here. Uptick, you think we retrace some of the loss we've had next few days from here? I personally think we will, just because of where we're at in our trading range. The big test is going to be the daily pivot. We're at 889.50s right now, 889.75 straight. I mean, we're just chopping around that daily pivot. You know, lately we've been in a situation where we're either, you know, down on the day from the daily pivot, or we're, you know, we've rallied up and we'll sell off into the close, or, you know, we'll rally up into the daily pivot and then, you know, take profit or whatever the case may be. But, you know, when you see the daily pivot just, you know, hovering right where we're trading, and we're trading within a, you know, a 3 or 4 point range in between that daily pivot, not real excited about even scalping this market unless we like to see some kind of breakout. Market's completely mixed, and obviously the market thinks so too. I mean, it's you can see above this daily pivot for tomorrow. I'm going to. This is the thing that's going to be tricky about tomorrow morning and tonight, is that the daily pivot is at 89.75. So we're trading at 890.25s. Now, in 10 minutes, we'll probably be trading below the daily pivot. But whatever the case may be, after the bell, we're going to be watching that daily pivot. And, you know, we still have two setups. There's possibly a 93 50% short, and that one is kind of a reach there. I usually will draw from highs to lows. I don't like to use these, you know, these kind of mid prices for 50%, but it looks like It was respected yesterday, and it's been respected today. I'm also, because that 61.8% line has not broke down, I can't completely say that long has failed either. So literally the daily pivot for tomorrow is going to decide, where we go on Fed Day. RV8. Yeah, if we can get rid of that uptick, if we can get rid of that right shoulder, it's going to determine our trend here. This market needs to slow down. It's way too fast for me. The euro's come right down, back down to that old resistance level that has been support. Way back on the 15-minute chart. It was a swing low back on 6-4. And at this point, it still has to be considered a bull flag. If it does break below that support level, then it does change things. But until that happens, still technically valid. Bush, did you ever use LR channels? Are you talking about LRC channels? I didn't. I haven't. I mean, I've looked at them, but I have not found any that really worked. And they always kind of faked me out. And maybe I need to look at them again. Maybe 150s trade. And I haven't, the other reason, Pilot, is I haven't found LRC channels that work well in Thinkorswim. Well, it looks like somebody bought a pullback here. See you later, Anthony. Okay, we got 2 minutes until the half-an-hour mark. And they did buy a pullback this last low tick. And the daily pivot for tomorrow, 890. We're trading at 891.25s. $92.50s are going to be, let's see here. We traded 93.25s, and we traded 93s, so 92.75s. And there's the half-an-hour mark. Let's see if they respect the next pullback. $7.98, selling 91.50s. And 97.5s trade. Nope, they don't like them. 90.50s trade. Oh, huge. And that was a 61.8. Whatever it was. You can hear the pit let go. No, Ben, it's not. The 233 tick is just, it's a candle that's based not on time, but on the amount of transactions. So on the tape on the side here, like this 271 that was selling 890, it would have formed, 233 of those transactions would have helped form a candle. And then the 33 others, or the 34 others, helped form the next candle. So yeah, so 233 contracts came across. And that's why the tick charts only work on extremely liquid instruments. If you go put a tick chart on, a stock, and you'll see, 12 candles, depending on what stock you look at. And if you're using, Thinkorswim, you can switch your ticks. I used to use 512 quite a bit, but went back to the 233 just because I enjoyed watching it. Give you a little bit more insight. What's your primary chart for trading Emini? It's 233, 15-minute, and weekly charts, Ben. So I use the 233, the 15, and the weekly. And I don't know if you guys have done this. I think it was Elder had a trading system that was based on the 1, 3, 5, 15-minute. He had like 5 charts, and you could only make a trade if all 5 of those were all lining up in a MACD crossover. I just have a really hard time watching that many time frames. It's like the long-term trend, the medium-term trend, and the short-term trend, and that's just a personal thing. But yeah, so you need one eye dedicated for each time frame. And when you have, that's the nice thing about the weekly chart is you don't have to look at it. You look at it, at the end of the day. You don't got to keep your eye on it all day long. Yeah, Neo. The only thing you can do on the MACD, I've seen that now. You can make an indicator for something like that on multiple charts. You don't have to look at multiple charts. It's based on the indicators. And I actually saw something like that, Neo, at the expo. And I can see where that would be powerful on a little bit longer term basis. So a 512 tick chart kind of puts things into perspective for today. You can see that, when we have participation, whether we're going sideways or not, we can be going sideways and still have, a decent volume day. But if you look at a 512, today has been interesting. Alpha, did you say it's a 233 contracts? Wouldn't that be the volume base bar? I thought that the 233 was 203 transactions, no matter if it's one contract or 1,000 contracts. If that's true, Alpha, then I've been wrong this whole time. I was basing that on how many contracts came through. If Alpha's right, then that's huge. So if it's transactions, so you have 1,000 contract transaction that counts for one transaction. I have to look at that. In any case, I would rather look at a tick chart rather than volume. Because whenever I look at volume, I'm always looking at, it seems like, what has already happened. With a tick chart, whether it's based on transactions or the amount of contracts, I would be interested to look at a volume-based chart like you said, Alpha, then. But I don't know how to get one of those into TOS. Okay, we have 6 minutes now until the 15-minute mark. Yeah, it's transactions, or else you'd see like 4 bars forming at once when 1,000 gold came through. That's true. That does make sense. Yeah. Yeah, I've looked at lots of different charts too. The one thing that I do like about the 512 is it does give you a little bit better, makes you step back a little bit more too. And the 144 for the YM is my bar of choice on that. And the 144 on 6E seems to work really well too. You know, like the 987 tick, in general, sticking with fib series numbers. That's interesting. Jeff, yeah. Oh, you're still, you're in a good spot, Jeff. If we can stay below that daily pivot, I would say, Jeff, that the easiest thing for you to do at this point is, you know, we are above the daily pivot for tomorrow. And that if really simple, if we broke our highs, because that is a 50%. If you wanted to give it more room and, you know, see if we could trade at these 95s to give it up. But the only thing is if this 50% short is valid, then we've seen the reaction point at these 93.25s and these 93 evens. And that if we get up there again, you know, double top for right now, you know, we should, you know, get a break below those 877.75s. 887.75s. So I would really use the 93s because, you know, with Fed Day tomorrow, if we stay above this daily pivot, you don't want it to move too far against you. Depending on where you've got in, you know, if you're short from Sunday night or, you know, Monday afternoon or Monday morning, I mean, you could make a case for, and I don't know where you're in from, the entire 50% retracement at that 904, you know, holding through that, but that's an extremely large move. 915. One contract left. Wow, great stuff. Yeah, I would just use 93.50s or 93.75s because the ES can move up a tick into a high and get slammed. And you don't want to be stopped out one tick and then have it move in the opposite direction. You actually have to have it move 2 ticks against that high of the day. Great trade, by the way. It's good stuff. Wayne says here, 1 tick, 1 trade. Height of the candle represents the size of the trade. Alpha is a 233 tick chart really looking different than 200, 250? I don't think so. But you can't see the difference in the 512. There is a big difference there. Okay, the daily pivot, 89.75s. We're trading at 97.5s and above the daily pivot. So 100 tick reading on a 233 chart means Fast Freddy, if it was 1,000 contracts coming through, it would be one tick. So there's 232 more. Bank is close to its most recent lows. Okay. Bank is ticking lower here. We're at a low tick in our still bullish trend line. And the daily pivot is at 89.75s. 97.5 still trade. $492 and $328 covering in a high tick. I consider a bank diverging from the ES. I don't know, GS. Bank kind of does its own thing anyway. I never really look for them to look the same. And that's why I don't pay much attention to how closely they look. And I don't try to draw fibs on this. All I know about bank is that if it's breaking lows and the ES is not, the ES will break lows. And the opposite is, if ES is breaking lows and bank is not, to not trust it. could be a gotcha trade. On the other side of it, at highs, if the ES is getting, sold into at a high, 93 is one tick away. 93's trade. Third time up here. $93.25's trade. Okay. So 200, 120, 197 selling in a high tick. 93.25's trade. Yeah, and the other thing is, GS when the ES rallies without bank, it's hard to trust the move. But bank's moving, and ES is moving. And we have our last 10 minutes here. And the daily pivot is 890, 75s. Bank rolls over. And 2 minutes until the 352 trade. The beginning of that move off of our, basically out of our new highs, was right at 345. 88's drawn to highs. We had a 90.25, 50%. It hit its negative 23% target. 9 minutes to go. And slammed at highs. 482 selling, 253 selling. And we're in a low tick now. The 352 trade will usually be a counter trend move at the 345. Usually. 890.25s are the daily pivot. 91.25 straight. And the next measured move was that 91.75. It's close to breaking down to 61.8. Just briefly made new highs, slammed at highs. Bank is right back to its lows. Eight minutes to go. $398 buying, $199 buying. Okay, our low tick turned up. Price did not follow. It looks as though when we had pulled back that the market actually traded at that daily pivot right when that first 15-minute candlestick had started. 6 minutes to go. $210, 300. Bank came right back down to its lows. We traded at 91.50s. They did not break. Really don't see anything safe setting up in the last 15 minutes here. CT sell the pivot if it makes it. If we trade above the, continue to trade above the daily pivot for tomorrow, I'm still looking at this bullish setup below us has not failed, and that its negative 23% target at 95.50s is valid. After hours, more than likely after hours, direction is going to be decided here, and where they decide to push it. But right now, the mere fact that we're trading above that daily pivot, it's just like any other day. Today's pivot 94.50s. Oh, if it got to the pivot today, sell it again. I'd stay away from it. We went 2 ticks in. If we break out of these highs, there's only 4 minutes left to go. But as a general rule for the daily pivot, is that the first test is a fade, and the second test you go with it. $90.50s trade. $89.50 is the pivot here. 90s trade. $8.90s trade. So 2 ticks off that daily pivot. $89.75s. $89.75s were the pivot. They're defending it there. We have covering here, 584, 734, 90.50s trade, 90.25s trade, $89.75 was traded. That was the daily pivot in the last 15 minutes. So you see this pop off of lows. I see that as profit taking through in 352 trade. 383 and 500 selling, 250 and 136 selling, 125 selling 90.25s. Where do we submit our request to have the after hours traders push her down? If we see above this pivot, there's a great chance Fed day tomorrow that it's going to be bullish, and we're going to move back up into our 90375 area. And we're going to have to be watching 899.25s closely. Okay, let's see what we got here. We have our futures pivot still trading here. So we have 89.50s as the daily pivot for tomorrow. 89 evens trade. So cash daily pivot, guys. 89.50s. 889.50s is the cash daily pivot. Yeah, Hans. Yeah, that 89.50s are the daily pivot. 88.50s trade. So again, we went 2 ticks into that 33.25. Sitting right on top of that 50% long. And if we can't trade over 889.50s here today, then our target is going to be 880s. If we can, after hours, trade above this daily pivot, I'm going to assume that we're going to be hitting that negative 23% target after hours at 895s, and could possibly have an up day into the 903s for tomorrow. All right, guys, choppy day. Tomorrow is Fed day. Keep it safe. Again, the 4 p.m. daily pivot is 889.50s. 889.50s trade right now. It's going to be our line in the sand tomorrow. So if you have any questions or comments, just send me an email, eminiaddicts@gmail.com. And have a great night, guys. I did record this, so if you need it, it'll be available later. And we will see you tomorrow. Take care, guys.